Hello, friends, and welcome back to Stories About Entitlement. Today's story comes from a quiet town where life was simple. The one man's retirement triggered a whirlwind of entitlement. But before we begin, best way to support our channel is to leave comments, like, and subscribe with the turned on bell so you don't miss the new video every single day. Here we go. My small town is fighting over Chinese food. This is entitled people on the large scale, and it's too hilarious not to share. I live in a small town, population 7,000 roughly, and everyone's currently divided over a Chinese restaurant. It's been in the local news and Australia's national news. That's how crazy people are getting. I'm going to try to keep this short. Back in May of this year, a local Chinese restaurant owner informed the local club he was renting kitchen space from that he wanted to retire and gave him his resignation, stating his last operating day would be the end of June. Cue the local Karens and Kevins en masse. One local, who we'll call Big Kevin, teamed up with another local we'll call Mega Karen, and they decided they were going to protest against the closing and force the club to keep the restaurant open. This poor man's been running the restaurant for 30 years without break and just wanted to retire peacefully. So, Mega Karen started a petition while Big Kevin organized a protest. Now our third major player in this we shall call the Wicked Witch. The Wicked Witch, working in the shadows, starts speaking to the local paper that said restaurant owner is being forced out by the club. False allegation. The club gives their first and only statement about the situation, stating that the restaurant owner retired and even produced his retirement paperwork for proof. At this point, the national news comes into it and does an interview with the restaurant owner who states on the news he wants to retire. You'd think that would be the end of it, but no. Mega Karen gets 1,200 or so signatures on her petition, which she hands to the club. The club's lawyer calls it invalid due to over 900 of the signatures not being filled in properly. Signatures plus printed name plus club membership number or phone number needed by each person to make it valid, or same person signed multiple petition slots. So Mega Karen starts a new petition, which only gets 74 signatures. Meanwhile, Big Kevin organizes the protest he doesn't show up for, nor does anyone else. Club then hosts a meeting for all club members, members of the general public, and the club's board to discuss what's going on. But again, for all the complaints, no one shows up. Now Mega Karen and Big Kevin are demanding that a new meeting be held, the club's general manager be fired, and the club's board be disbanded, and a new board elected. The Wicked Witch then once again goes to the newspaper with a statement from the restaurant owner. The restaurant has now been closed for over a month and states that now the club has renovated the restaurant and has plans to start a new restaurant. They, the old restaurant, would consider renting the space again. Before you question why the space wasn't renovated before this point, it was part of the Chinese restaurant's agreement that they would maintain and renovate the space as they saw fit, as stated by the club in their public statement. And she tells the paper that the whole reason the Chinese restaurant left wasn't because they wanted to retire, but because their rent increased from the $285 a week they paid for 28 years to $385 a week last year, and then $485 a week this year for a restaurant space when other local restaurants are paying $2,500 a week plus for the same or smaller space. now saying should have been kept at the $285 to encourage the restaurant to stay, even though it meant likely closing the club since they were struggling to afford running costs. The club even broke down their running costs to show the members and locals how expensive it is to keep the place open, but still not good enough. I can't put this down anymore. Hilarious. I'm not totally unsympathetic. I truly miss my old favorite Chinese place. Nothing has ever replaced it. But too bad, restaurants close, people retire, things change. You can't chain the chef to the kitchen. And our second story. Karen called me easy for using a handicap spot. So I, 22-year-old female, am a petite woman. I work out regularly. I dress well. I carry myself like someone who doesn't need help. But appearances don't tell you jack about someone's medical history. I've had mobility issues for years and recently had spinal surgery that made walking even more painful. I have a legitimate handicap record issued by a doctor, and I don't use it unless I truly need it. Well, last week I went out to dinner with my brother, who was in the passenger seat. We pulled into one of four clearly marked handicap spots directly in front of the local restaurant. I parked, turned off the engine, and immediately noticed the car to our right swing its door wide open, blocking my brother from getting out. At first, I thought it was just bad timing. We waited 5 seconds, 10 seconds, still no movement. So I got out and walked over, slow and stiff from surgery. The woman in the other car, a late 60s gal in a cardigan, was just sitting there with her door flung open, staring ahead like we didn't exist. I asked calmly, "Hi, could you close your door so we can get out?" She turned to me and gave me a once-over kind of scan that feels like it's meant to find a flaw. Then she said, "You should be parked here." Excuse me? Young people like you are the reason disabled people can't find parking. That spot's for people who actually need it. At first I was so stunned I thought she was joking, but no, she was dead serious. I told her I do have a handicap placard issued by a doctor and my disability is not visible. She didn't care. "You're young, you're fit, you can walk, you're just lazy." I tried to keep it classy. I said, "My medical history's none of your business, ma'am." But apparently mind your business wasn't in Karen's vocabulary. She escalated. "You're a scammer. People like you abuse the system and take spots from people who really need them. You're just some entitled brat scamming the government to support your lazy butt." Okay, gloves off. I looked her dead in the eye and said, "Well, maybe if you didn't eat yourself into mobility problems, there'd be a spot available for someone who actually needs it." She gasped like I slapped her. "My weight is due to a medical condition," she snapped. "You mean like how you assumed I don't have a medical condition?" Yeah, assumptions suck, don't they? At this point, my brother still couldn't get out because she was blocking his door, muttering insults under her breath. He ended up crawling out to the driver's side, completely over it. She tried to threaten me. "I'm calling the police." I shrugged. "Go for it. We'll be at that table right by the window. Feel free to send them in, Karen." My brother chuckled and whispered, "Let's just go before you make her explode." I wasn't quite done. I turned back and said, "By the way, if the cops are walking, maybe you should send them quick. Not sure you can waddle in after them." And with that, we walked into the restaurant while she kept yelling behind us. The hostess saw the whole thing and just shook her head with a "we get that type around here" look. No cops ever showed. Either she didn't call or she realized she had no leg to stand on and probably no energy to hobble after us anyway. Disabilities aren't always visible. And gatekeeping handicaps protecting resources. She just wanted to, and you handed her a mirror instead. Handicap spot. And our last. When we say no. My husband and I bought our first house for a down payment, and by some miracle, the timing and pricing all worked out. The house wasn't much to look at, outdated everything. But it had a piece of land we both loved, and we wanted to build something. Unbeknownst to us at the time, my brother BIL It would look a lot like to believe the world should cater to a family, get up, sharing, talking about how it because they had their second date conversation. He looked and said, completely serious, you guys should trade houses with us. I laughed, not politely, breathed, passed me a glass of water, left and said, yeah, brother, you guys don't even use all your space. You don't have kids. We can really use the room. You can buy out our condo and we take over your place. I blinked. You want me to buy your condo and just hand you our house? It's not handing over, it's fair, he said, like he was doing me a favor. We'd be using the space better. I mean, you two are working from home. How many rooms do you even need? My husband and I each have an office. That's not unused space, I replied, still trying to process the sheer audacity. But we have kids, he emphasized, as if children granted you divine property rights. And we have a mortgage we worked our butts off for, I snapped back. Then came the cherry on top. If we did the trade, brother-in-law continued, completely undeterred, you'd need to renovate first. That bathroom downstairs isn't finished. Stacy and I don't have the time or energy to deal with renovations. You want me to give you my house and renovate it first? I asked, laughing again in disbelief. Think about it from our perspective, he said. It's just logical. Your place would be perfect for us, and you guys don't need that much space. I'm going to stop you right there, he said. This didn't happen, ever. And frankly, it's ridiculous that you even ask. And just like that, brother-in-law stopped talking to me. He stormed off, furious that I had laughed at his oh-so-generous offer and refused to take it seriously. He's now playing the victim with the rest of the family, telling anyone who'll listen that I have 2 spare rooms that morning while his poor family is crammed in their condo. Conveniently leaves out the part where he expected me to hand over my house like a housewarming gift and then renovate it on my way out. Last I heard, he's now trying to convince our father-in-law to retire early and move into a condo in the city so brother-in-law and his family can move on to the family farm. That would be the same farm father-in-law has already decided to leave to us in as well, because my husband and I actually do the farming. Brother-in-law once called farming too dirty and said the property was too much work. Guess it's only too much work when he doesn't get to inherit it. Brother-in-law just laughed when brother-in-law brought it up and said, good luck with that. Honestly, I used to think these kind of stories were exaggerations made for internet stories. I didn't believe anyone could be this entitled. But now I live in that story. I watched my brother-in-law try to guilt us into giving up our home, demanding we upgrade it for him, and then threw a tantrum when we refused. The entitlement is real. And if the consequences of saying no is that brother-in-law doesn't want to talk to me anymore, best deal I've ever made. Oh, I want your house that's so much bigger than mine for free because I have kids and I need some major upgrades to it that's also paid by you. And when you've done everything, we can exchange houses, which is clearly a disadvantage because your house is bigger and more expensive than mine. Hey guys, thank you all for watching the video. I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome to r/Reddit Revenge. This is the story of someone getting back at someone with revenge after being wrong. And today we have 3 great stories. So subscribe, hit the like button, and let's begin. The first story. Landlady tried to exploit me. I fought back. Rotten sea stars in her bookshed. Anonymous tips for her tax fraud. The second story. I dealt cutting blows of poetic justice, proving the trailer trash that they've mocked now shines their bitter lies. The third story. SH Corporation. Tried to rip off another SH Corporation. I kept good records and saved some poor manager his bonuses. I got something much better. A new job. The first story is, my landlady screwed me over, so I returned the favor. Seeing another landlord screwed you over post just a minute ago and thought I'd share mine. It isn't that satisfying though because I never got to know the outcome. I had an older lady in her 60s who was great for the first year. I rented an ensuite off the main house, which was pretty much a bedroom, kitchenette, and bathroom, for 150 Australian dollars a week. This was a fair price as it was pre-COVID, and it was pretty small. She had also built 2 sheds on her suburban property, simple one-room cabins that she also rented out for a ridiculous amount. She called them meditation retreats. She also had a community bookshed at the bottom of her property. She would bring around food. We would play table tennis in her shed. I thought we had a great relationship, and I dare say friendship. I would take green waste to the tip for her and get her pet food from the pet shop I worked at. She was a regular pot smoker, which I didn't really care about, but sadly still illegal in Australia, so it's not real cheap to come by. Towards the end of my second year there, she sat down with me and asked me to pay more rent. I would have been open to that within reason, but she also wanted me to stop claiming government rent assistance so she could have everything in cash and undeclared. That way she could maximize her pension. I was working a casual job, desperately trying to save for a house, and COVID had just come along and effed everything up. There was no way I could afford to lose what little government assistance I got so she could buy more pot. It wasn't just a small increase either. It was an extra $50 a week. We had a serious discussion where we compromised on $350 a fortnight, and I emailed her later saying that I understood if she wanted me to move out, so she could get more for the room, but she insisted that she didn't want me to go. But after this, she started putting distance between us. I didn't notice for a while, until I saw that she was playing table tennis with some other friends of hers, and she barely spoke to me when I said hello. There hadn't been any soups for a while either. She refused to help with green waste or pet food. I could definitely feel something was off. She soon began to pick shoes and started entering my bedsit regularly while I wasn't there, and even took photos of my room and mess. Not gonna lie, I have ADHD and executive dysfunction, along with stress and depression, and it made it hard for me to be tight. She claimed that my mess had attracted rats and mice, even though she had chickens that she left food out for, and left her back door open for them to walk in. My mess wasn't as bad as that, and there were no signs of mice in there. She claimed her next-door neighbors complained about me, but when I spoke to them, they had never said a thing to her and had no problem with me at all. She also complained that I left the lights on for 2 hours when I went out, that I also left my heater on when I went out, and that we hadn't agreed to 2 heaters in the room, but I only had one. The other was an air purifier and it turned off. It was this level of pettiness. She was borderline harassing me and picking on things she never had an issue with before, and I'm sure it was just to get me in the door so she could get some other poor sucker in who would pay twice as much. With COVID at its peak and rentals in shortage, I dare say she was banking on charging an extra $100 to support her pot house. She finally gave me a month's notice, saying her sister was coming today. I knew it was slow to guess, but at the same time, I was relieved to know where I stood. But not gonna lie, the next few weeks were stressful as hell. I had to rehome my buddy, who lived in a free-approved aviary outside, and had to find somewhere to live. I could have fought, but it wasn't worth it. I was seriously depressed and not in a good way. Fortunately, I managed to find a place with a couple of friends. They became my rocks over the next couple of years, and I was paying cheap rent there, so I was finally able to save for a deposit and bought my first house this time last year. Once I was settled in the new rental and my mental health recovered, I was finally able to get some revenge. Her place was near the beach, and I was swimming. There were also a heap of invasive sea stars that I pulled out of the water. I planted several of the sea stars in her community bookshed, behind the shelf where she would never be able to reach them without pulling everything out. They would truly stink once they started decomposing. I also rang the tax department and the government pension line and reported her for tax evasion and fraud. Then I rang the council and complained about the meditation retreats as they aren't council approved. I'd like to think they nabbed her and she got into a lot of legal trouble, but realistically she's probably still living her best life and ripping off someone else. I later learned that other people had had similar issues with her, so I guess one day it might catch up with her. Might be time to go to refresh those sea stars. Hey, to add, the sea stars were washed in fresh water after collection, which killed them pretty much straight away, so it wasn't a prolonged death. The second story is the evil stepfamily. This is possibly the most satisfying thing I've ever done. Backstory. My father's been married multiple times and even married a few exes. His second now, sixth wife, he stayed with for about 15 years. Going into this marriage, and used to watch it. SB was treated like a king under normal circumstances, and at any present giving occasion suddenly. Here's the first. And no games to share. Free. Yay. Save up our own money. Where he had a mother effing wrong. Digress. As us three kids, in all kinds, we eventually our way less fortunate other parents. We on weekends and summers. They would come back to me with mother. We were constantly brought up to anything, since we were all trailers. Someday be president. Stop coming by. I joined the military. Fast forward for sales now and pretty good at I heard him show up at home, since he was now back. Way too much, despite my argument drunk. I honestly think my wife take him home to make sure words that I grew up in and I had. Sure, I put on my best sales presentation. Treated me like a long me for all those years. I made I'm only 5'6", and he had to be back. And how bald he was in nonchalant. I think I said, OMG, when I was growing up. You must be shrinking with age. Do you have any hair left, old man? Big he's only 2 years older than me. I treated him very well, and he was eating it all up like I did. I told him I had to. As I walked through the house, I see my dad eating dinner. Side note, the order put in place by my sister and I a few years back. Stumble across either MB or SB, we would keep it on. I walked into the living room and remembered this standing order because she went dark watching. Holy S.A. Me. You did once. I wanted to make sure Dad got home. Yeah, as she looked right at me. The bathroom still working. On my way, she said, so I grabbed my smoking hot white room with my dad. Turns out Ed's job is 3 months at the vitamin factory. He threw out his 8 years ago. The whole time he was boring my story, I was giving his dog some attention. Zero training and was yelled every time he did something wrong. I turned my attention to Ed's girlfriend and started chatting her up. Me, ASB, your dog, I said with a smile. I got my A kicked back in the day. You don't tell SB. SB didn't even hesitate. He went in the house and all while I was chatting up girlfriend. Tell me the treats don't work on his dog. Within minutes of me telling my truncated life story, and their life story about how nothing ever goes their way, and everything I trained the dog to sit and lay down with hands. Considering I'd done my share of psychological bombing, needed to be getting home. I grabbed her with my dad and MB. Just her being amazing. On the way out, she didn't ask much about me and asked what I did. Me. Sales. Me. Oh, nice. How much does that pay? But it's a decent regular recurrence. Well, since I was getting into a 2-year-old 5-6 I borrowed from work to see if it wanted mine. In the end, I was high as a kite on seeing the family who abused and demeaned me was basically now a working trade. The third story is, it's hard if you keep receipts. Get a new job. As in-house salesman and manager. I had a few employees. Larger issues, I would compete to provide services. Kind of like a corporation. It was terrific. I needed to rent 2 huge semis. Their P4 planning and maintenance that didn't power compressor. Now we were owner of the called and said we need this safe test. I said sure. I've been warned by everybody, CYA or basically your job is job. So I told the plant manager, I said you need to do it within the hour, or I'll cancel the order. Approval for weekly expense. 10 takes usage over 40 hours. 24/7 for 4 weeks. Now the plant manager wasn't my usual. Mail approval to my regular contact for a PO on Monday. He said it. Friday came around and I reminded him an email. Say by text, he'll get it by Monday. Same for this issue and many others. Something and the person will hunt you down and tell you the answer. I knew what the writing on the wall was and I started looking for 2 to 3 months. I finally, and in my last 2 weeks, my boss was pushing for the PO. That would be about $100K in rental. The plant manager, their VP, their accountant, my VP of accounting, and all my coworkers on. I was on my way out and the plant manager said in a meeting that he had never been. I just smiled and pulled out the entire almost all one way. Screenshots of text, meeting notes, and full time on. Nobody clapped, nobody. Profusely on my last day for doing that. He knew the place was an SA troll too, but I did save him a huge issue, and probably his yearly bonus. It's a like and subscribe to the channel. Have a good day.
Right, so continue. Hugh was born in Vietnam. I broke up with now, Sam, Nicole, Catherine. They started to when I was very young. 20. This guy kind of our wondering about and back then the internet is very expensive and stuff like that. That's one of the reasons that I network said that Q $1,000 in damage. That's a lot of money. A lot of money like that. Sent him away to go live with his uncle. A little bit of everything though. City, which he was going to build. A true story from the dark. I'm Jack. Diary. That Q was really into computers. It has better schools to learn computers, but he got enrolled in classes. I was checking with him to make sure he was cool. I was learning about like web programming. I did my first website, qvc.com. He was learning about operating systems, security, all out of high school. He really loved computers. I'm learning more. I went to the internet cafe to use the internet because internet at my house very slow. I went to the internet cafe and I just opened it up. I been there. I passed through the screen and I saw the screen kind of very dark. Some kind of dark background. The font size is very well and also like the color of the text is also like green color of the text. And I asked the guy, what's this book about? And he told me this, about the dark web in Vietnam. Oh, Vietnam dark web? That sounds interesting. You with that. Where to go. For him, it was like a whole place online. Fascinating stuff. Hacker forums, forbidden item markets. It really emphasized the power. This was all unregulated. The government can't stop what goes on the dark web. It's really fascinating. Where anything goes, they're talking about games, they're talking about, sharing sensitive information, like bank account, and also some companies do, like, and they got wondering how they did that. Maybe a thing, wow, there's no here. Right. Maybe this is for me. Maybe I can clear web. Right, that's true. Because back then, right? Very first, they always sharing and they have like they sometimes they have something they just post it for free. Not really like basically or paying or really anything. It's just like that. But like when they got into that, I say, man, it's something that I really wondering. I watch on the movie about like hacker. That's why I think I want to be a member. Underground. This became the obsession. Our time. But you learn about a whole thing. Google search for it. Find and it was like the whole internet opened up to him in new ways. He was finding that thousands of websites are vulnerable to a variety of different attacks. He was using one after another with simple techniques like passwords and SQL injection. But the extent of the damage he was doing was affecting the site, website that's owned by QPC, which the name he was using at the time, and also the name of the website he made as a teenager. The whole time he was just curious about access, making money, stealing anything, learning, liking sites you get, that you're not supposed to be in. It made him feel clever, powerful. Usually they me answer in one of these forums in Vietnam, and after that I on a few forums in Russia, and even like in as well too. So I keep it, but the thing is when really, you know, before that, there in the knowledge, there in the technique. So being an administrator, one of them. Not just when you met a guy, one of the forums. Enough to your ability. Actually worth a lot of money. You want to hack places and give me what you find, and then the guy explained how he didn't have much money at the time. And you know, like when talking about money, I was very young, I think, man, you know, the people fucking a lot of money too. We did like stolen identity and credit cards, and you know, to make some money and be able to buy some stuff is better some technology stuff or something cool without asking my parents. So that's why, you know, I say yes, okay, let's do it. And then the guy he moved basically, you know, during the night, after the school, I started a lot of e-commerce websites, e-commerce sites, like places you go, like clothes, computers, travel tickets, a lot of these things. WordPress, for PHP, for ASP, and it's kind of like numbers, right? If there's an e-commerce website, 1% of them have source security. Thousand websites that are more than enough for someone like you to go through. That was into the site. That was captured when someone would enter on there. And you would get those the guy was cash for both. He was 17, senior in high school. So after you and this guy, we get this. Then a lot of website, right? In the language called ASP, reliability. And then I with those keywords, the Google Docs. Then find out for me all the stuff. And I put on my tool that then I just click scan in and it and then it will give me the list of the vulnerable website. And I will exploit that to be able to update the credit card. And just like I recommend it in the right. That website is still very in UK, but I don't want to say but yeah, what kind of site is it? No, that website is selling site, and with that website, but you feel like you be able to practice cooking. You have time and you have the resource, and you feel like you're on top of the world. You know, you can be able to get anything. And I feel like so excited, like it's hard to say to explain that, but I feel like so happy. Like we give each other a high five, and like I give a high five and hugging and we did it. We got it, and I think we will be able to find a lot from this. Not just sending information, but also like using that. And he's so excited, and we were having the whole night. I remember. And he was very young. Back then he was like 18 and I was 17. And let's do this way. We use credit confirmation rate. Every day we getting like slowly around like 50 to 100 credit cards from that website. And we were trading off the website. Of course they took the stolen credit cards to a gambling website. No, they were actually gambling. What they were using this poker website for to launder the money. See, back in the late 2000s, unlike didn't always have the most strict security and verification control. They were happy to take anyone's money, whether it was stolen or not. If he created an account, loaded it up with as much stolen money as he could, and might make 3 or 4 of those kind of accounts, and then he would have all those accounts join the poker table with his buddies and just try to lose as many hands as possible to his buddies. Then his buddy would get all the chips, cash them out, and move away. This technique is called chip jumping. Now the casino was aware of these sort of things, and we're trying to spot people doing this. We had to do things to avoid the fraud, and the tricks were working. And watching like a day, like 1,000 and 1,000 USD a day. And then we split the money like 50-50. I spend on like I use that money to spend on stupid stuff. Okay, so like second good out, like easy money, easy go. Imagine that set up a hacked website is supplying them with a constant stream of 80 new credit cards a day, and they keep those cards, deposit the money into a casino, move the chips to another player, cash it out, and spend that money on something fun. Where do you even focus here? Do you want to get more credit cards or cash out more at the casino, or just enjoy a good time with all the money you have? But then all of that, they wanted more cards, and then they'd be busy trying to drain them all, cash out, and launder the money. But as things sound more and more vulnerable to attack, he was sometimes stumbling upon database customer credit card details. Websites shouldn't be storing their customer credit card details like that. And this was even a surprise to him, but this meant sometimes you could find thousands of cards. Eventually, I went back on the contract. I sell the Visa and MasterCard. I sell for like 50 cents for one transaction. And Express and Discover. Discover cost. I sell from $1 to $3. That sounds so cheap. Right. So, pretty cheap. The full credit card information. If we were selling that, we could take that and buy something for $200 with that, right? Right. That's true. They can go on eBay, buy, or either it's very easy though. You can just use the stolen account or stolen credit card information, use the bot database. Like, password hash. And if you crack that password hash, as the admin. Sometimes battle help the site. Some sites did not take the credit card data properly. They show everything on the admin panel. Like you just click on the customer option, right? It shows you the list of customer, and when you click on credit confirmation, it's about our credit card. I mean, when I hear that, I immediately think that's a PCI credit card. You don't have a credit card for your business. The credit card company has to verify that you're properly storing customer credit card data. If you aren't, you will lose the ability to can be fined quite severely. So we kept focusing on finding more and more sites to hack into. Take all the customer credit cards that the site was storing their data. They spent years doing this, mostly selling cards on the dark web. And finding credit cards. More than 100,000 credit cards. Done with high school and decides he hasn't done it. Pocket full was filling with cash. He knew what he was doing was wrong, so he decided to leave town. And I got some money. I know this couldn't last long. We were working like more than a year, and they kind of get it hard before they know the chicks, right? And they think that's what they do this. So it gets harder. And I saved some money. I paid for the school fee. His sister was living there, so he decided to go to school there. He knew that what he was doing was wrong. He actually get him arrested, but he grappled with it. Like, he was himself. It's okay to take these cards to sites, to share their site better. And if it wasn't him taking it, surely be someone else taking it. So why not me? And flipping it, being like, oh, it's healing. It's coming for this. The move to New Zealand gave him a fresh start. He wanted to become a good student who was learning computer science. When I got into New Zealand, I stayed for a few months, not doing anything illegal, trying to be a good student at the school, learning about computer networking and be a computer scientist. You know. But it couldn't work out. I started to hacking again after talking to a few friends, a few hackers on the internet, and they say they need credit card, and I need money because my family couldn't afford to send me money. So I say yes. So let me find out if in New Zealand have some website that I can obtain the credit card information. And I hacked into a few in New Zealand. It's just some basic and got to the database and I got the stolen credit card. He was able to sell the credit card data to make some money. He decided he was a thief. Probably a dumb idea. And I those stolen credit cards. Electronic stuff on my laptop and on similar like eBay platform. I use the stolen credit card on that website, and then I got the stuff, and then I sell that to the same platform. Kind of learn with the stuff, like to get the real cash. But eventually, I made a mistake that using the stolen credit card to buy the music concert ticket to the ticket master, and I bought 1,000 and 1,000 music concert tickets to sell to other people with a cheaper price. I said, when the 2,000 concert tickets, great, I bought a lot now. And I resell that to other people on the platform. But the thing, like a few of the people in Spotlight, music concert, they got robbed when they tried to enter the stadium or tried to enter after the husband, right? They got denied because it it got invalid. So it's coming considered as a porcelain ticket, and they got so mad and they got so scared, and then they also complained to the law enforcement, to the police in Netherlands. So the police in Netherlands, they freeze my account on the platform and also freeze my bank account. So I got so scared. They also called me and called my sister almost a year. Stay in Netherlands. I got into trouble, and the moment I got that phone call from the law enforcement, I got so scared. I bought the ticket. I ran away. I ran back to Vietnam. Over two on the run. The police were now looking for him, but he was able to get away and find refuge in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. He escaped the police and didn't suffer any consequences from it. Okay, great. We're going to take a break here, but stay with us because this is not going to be the last time the police go looking for him. The operation is about to go stratosphere. He gets back to Vietnam. He's about 20 years old at this point. Goes to see his mother and father, and they heard about the fraudulent concert ticket thing that were bad. They scolded him, they blamed him. He was fine accident. I gave up the promises, I told him, I should be a good boy and be a better person, not doing anything illegal. I feel like very ashamed. So my mom was crying a lot. But back then I was like 20 years old, 19 years old. Trying to be a good person. I didn't touch the computer within 6 months when I got back from Chile. And I told my mom, I want to go to Swiss City to learn computer science at the university in Ho Chi Minh. My mom and my dad, they kind of believe me that I'm kind of a changed person, and hopefully this time will be the last for me. So around 2009, I go to company and go to computer science and cybersecurity program at the university. But during that first year, I went to hang out with other old school actors in Japan. They all black hat actors. They thought about, I got trouble by using stolen credit cards. I say yes, that's why I don't want to touch computer anymore. I got scared. I almost got caught. And they told me, why you don't think about U.S. identity or personal information? It could be safer. It could be easily suspended. So these hackers were telling me, you got in trouble for stealing stolen credit cards. Man, don't mess with money. You're going to get mad if you do that. That was your mistake. Take these credit cards up very seriously. Heck, I let the U.S. Secret Service office people. What you should have done is gone into the business of stealing identities of U.S. citizens. Sell that. Not only can you make money doing that, but the Secret Service doesn't give a crap about stolen identity. In fact, nobody will never come after you for stealing identity. Especially if you stay here in Vietnam, they can't touch you. You should try stealing U.S. identity. My goodness, right? Stealing identity is far less of a crime than stealing credit cards. It's just as valuable on the dark web. It wasn't sure why it was valuable, but if you could get all the personal details of someone, like address, social security number, phone number, work history, type of car they have, people buy that up like crazy on the dark web. We start looking around for places that might have all this information on U.S. citizens. I did it kind of in the long term. I just see whatever I see in front of me, and the money just kind of blind my eyes. And I thought that, and I'm keeping that, and the U.S. identity to be fine. I mean, logic, that's not right. They're going to be people far, far away countries, and catching him in Vietnam, right? And eventually, I spent like almost, I recall in also doing a lot of posting
have software to be able to provide data brokers. Or they would absolutely have a ton of people's identities. If you don't know, a data broker is a company that spends an enormous amount of effort gathering up as much information as they can about you. Here's how they do it. Number one, they'll copy the whole phone book into their database. That's got a name and phone number. Then they'll take a copy of all the county records. This includes who owns which property, court records, marital status. Then look at your social media accounts. Look up any photos that you have taken of yourself and photos, email addresses you live, affiliations, like what place you work. Complete team is all day. We can personally have what your skills are, who your coworkers are, where you work, and what you look like. Now, to me, that's already someone who goes through all this trouble, get all this data, me by doing all that. Some data brokers are deeper and are way more sinister at getting data. They have been known to install trackers on your phone. It comes along for the ride on top of the app. Like a data broker makes an app developer to put a tracking pixel on the app so that they can track people even more. This means data brokers often collect cell phone data, which could include your phone number, the app usage, or interestingly, up to the minute location information. Data brokers go even further, set up antennas around the house, and watch what phones interact with those antennas and track your phone location that way. Some of the sensors on roads to identify which cars are passing on that road. Pictures of license plates going by too. Purchasing history is important. I've heard stories of data brokers buying your purchase history data from retail stores. And if you don't know, a lot of retail stores are very closely tracking all the purchases you make with your credit card. They have a complete history of everything you've ever bought with that card. Sometimes they even track where you are in the store, which is what interests you. Yes, absolutely. They're buying up all this data that the stores are you because the consumer behavior is data brokers. Why do these data brokers go to the great lengths to build databases on? There's a lot of people who are willing to buy this data. Your data is very valuable, and I'm not talking on the dark web. We'll get to that. Data brokers often sell their data to law enforcement, and they're growing up over time. I feel like law enforcement found a loophole to ignore the As a refresher, the Fourth Amendment says you have the right to privacy from the government. The government should not be able to do without a warrant or probable cause. There are, through data brokers, there's something called a third-party doctrine now, which says if you give your data to someone, you no longer have a reasonable expectation of privacy. So that means if you have license to share your data with the government without a warrant, you can purchase your location data from a data broker without a warrant because it's commercially available data. Data brokers are trying to ruin the Fourth Amendment. And I want to do a little closer at where this data is coming from. Yes, a lot of it is sourced, but a lot is not. A lot of data is just private between you and the party you trust in the data. You're selling that data to others. And so if you think it's safe and secure, but it's secretly right now, I would say that's fine. The government isn't allowed to spy on its own citizens. That surveillance is against the law flat out. But they can get away with it because data brokers are the ones doing the spying and the mass surveillance, not the government, and they're selling it to the government. Now, I will try to remove my digital footprint as much as possible. There are things that I'm forced to do which hurt my privacy that I need. Like, for instance, anytime I see a doctor, I can't do it under a fake name. They have a policy where I have to prove my identity in order to get it. And then my medical records pass around to millions of people. It's there to assist others to get our data. The portability part of it means they're making it easy to package up our data and send it to whoever asks for it. And there are millions of people and entities that can access HIPAA and patient data. Second is banks. There are laws in place where the banks have to verify who you are before they do business with you. No more customers.
get arrested. All that is public record, and it gets abused all day, every day, because it is. I have no choice when it comes to these matters. My banking history, medical information, medical matters. There's no way to opt out of any of it. And people are just licking their lips, sucking it up as fast as they can, and they're profiting off of it. And they're doing my rights. Don't think it stops them. The company is trying to make money, so they have no problem. All Facebook, Google, insurance companies, credit card agencies, ad agencies, because all these businesses love to know more of who you are, and they can target you with ads or to calculate the risk. Data brokers absolutely do not want you to know they exist. They do a great job at hiding their presence in the world. Let me give you an example. I'm going to this data broker, and I bet you've never heard of any of these companies. There's a high chance that all of them know exactly what you're doing right now. Remember, Locate Plus, Live Ramp, Micro, Zentel, SafeGraph, Xmode Social, or Ventures. I certainly don't know anything about these companies, but you will learn a lot about them. And I found out, right, that there are a few key players in this data business related to the U.S. and they provide the data to law enforcement, to lawyers, to private investigators, stuff like that. And I think, man, it's kind of like very difficult to get this information. You have to prove yourself. You have to be verified. So that's why I put a lot of time, like almost a month, and I hacked into two different data brokers, very popular ones. The first one is the Locate Plus. Locate Plus is a data broker that markets itself to people doing background checks and investigations. They get their data records, property records, phone books, and also gather social security numbers and date of birth. The first one I happen to be the Locate Plus, and the second one is the Microbill. Microbill collects data on U.S. which includes criminal history, employment history, address history, social security number. They also keep records of your utility payments, rent payments, loan payments, and stuff like that to see if you pay your bills on time. The big credit bureaus use this one, like Experian and Equifax, because your credit score is a reflection of how well you pay your bills. But not only that, landlords use Microbill. Employers do background checks on it. Lenders look to see how much of a risk you are before doing business with you. So the two companies, Locate Plus and Microbill, I hacked them a few times. First, single injection. The second one, by upload vulnerability. And the third one, cross-site scripting. When I got into their database, right, I steal the customer of their laptop, and then use that to be able to log it into the background and market security. Okay, interesting. Let's get into the main data broker database. Second, able to get into the web store side of things with a user account, and that's the people who use to do background checks and lookup with. You can steal some of their logs. Now, you could log into the site and use it as if you was a lawyer or a cop or an investigator who's been vetted by the site. Look up I can search your name, the site that you been living or the city you live in, and that's all. You will log out the possible people related to that name and hit that. And you can get the social security number, driver license, or the previous 10 years addresses that you've been living, even the current one. And also you will obtain your relatives, your family members, right? You can also get the information. Some sites charge for their services often pay per search. So when he would search, it would go to thought if he did a lot of searches on one user, and their bill would go way up, and then they'd investigate what's going on here, and they would find out that he would cut it down. So it's like every account spread out. I remember I was using more than 5,000 accounts on my account. You could look anyone up and get their full name, phone number, email address history, social security, driver's license, where they work history, and the VIN number for their car. He decided to go on the website to charge users to be able to look up people. He got so much information. Then I built a website, and then I put a website I sell to other criminals around the world for like $1 or one search. Kind of like $1 for one information. One item. The first week of it was an instant hit. He wasn't sure why people were using his site to search for other people. He didn't care. He just saw the money coming in and was like, yeah. Interestingly, this was the early days when crypto wasn't really adopted so well yet, so he wasn't accepting that. But then I didn't use Bitcoin. We used sort of like the PayPal and money coming online, except we didn't do much in regards to Kennedy. So it became known as a place for criminal transactions around 2010. It was in place for stuff like that for a while. So he was getting tons of dollars. They were piling up in his account there. Vietnamese money mules that he found on the dark web. And then they cashed it out. Things were looking good for a few months. The TV is not stable. Because the two companies they tried to accelerate duty, so they shut down. Oh, this is perfect. Kind of like me that we've been playing the cat and mouse game. Kind of like they separate. I fired out another one, so just keep hacking and fishing. So I got kind of tired, constantly trying to find new ways to take the stuff. Getting good, detecting him, keeping him out. He thought, why struggle to maintain that? Just user of the site. Or a cop. We're in a position with this thing. There's a serious vetting process. They decided, why not try to act private investigators? Step one, driver's license. With a big thing. At first, I got the license Google, but it didn't work. Stuff like that, but too hard. Okay, time to plan. I just impersonate someone who is allowed to have it. So I did kind of like an to lottery email address investigation. When I hacked into my review and I got email address, I got on the list. I used that to do phishing. For phishing them, to a malware, so I can to the computer. Wow. I got some microbill. Investigators get all the data from the data broker to know everything. And the email and the computer with malware. I think when he got and one of the I remember all the sensitive inside the spreadsheet, kind of like an Excel file, storing the password, like sensitive information in that file. And I got that file too, so I got all the information, paper and license, stuff like that. So I impersonated him under his name. I obtained an account and my review. So I got it officially. I was using that maybe to solidify that with bank account. So it's realizing microbills giving him a lot of trouble. He decides to look at another data broker to maybe register an account there. And that's when he found a data broker called Court Venture. Court Venture provided API and data apps for the people who matching queries to be able to obtain the identity. So this is better. You can get API access to queries and searches. That's a whole lot easier to integrate into his website. It would just like the other terminal. Full identity data. Credit bureaus love using Court Ventures to look up people's data. Found a private investigator from Singapore and all these details to him, try to get him out. I got his license and I gave the name and that guy, the investigator, is called, and then I find the Court Venture account. And I paid for them. I was dealing with them like really business man. I say, yeah, I'm doing for this company, for my good food. So I need a lot of queries every month to do background check. And they okay with me because I paid for them. And I told them, to have a good use. And then the CEO of that Court Venture, they gave me a good use. I remember like 14 cents. 14 cents one information. So I say, yes, okay, we make a business contract. I signature, I name everything. So I sent back to him, and they didn't verify anything. They okay, got the account people now. Good, he thought. He wanted that API, so he applied for it. 2 weeks later, incredible. So I got the account. Oh my God, I got this API to like 200 right there. And all I need to integrate that into my website, that's all. 200 million US citizens those were in this data broker. That's like 50% of all US citizens data. That's incredible. For a lookup, you can sell each of those searches for $1 on each website. Grand plan started together. So at that time, my website is still on the free web. Like anybody can get access. But most of the clients that I have is all type of criminal around the world. And technically, I didn't change whatever they've been using these identities. So I just keep selling to the API of the Court Venture. And I remember every month I was making more than 120K per month USD. He really didn't care who he was. Like, why? He didn't even ask. All he knew is that people like using it to look up people. And he could make a nice profit. It was like a good business model to him. Even though he was making $1,000 a month. No, for Court Ventures every month. And I was paying for Court Ventures from 20,000 to 5,000 USD. Yeah, they're happy, and I'm happy as well. So we was kind of a situation. I keep running that website for over 2 years, and I was making more than 3 million USD by selling the US identity. So there's this U.S. grocery store called Trader Joe's. It's fantastic. I love it. A majority of food there at Trader Joe's is Trader Joe's branded stuff. People get hooked on that brand. Well, up in Vancouver, Canada, they were like begging Trader Joe's to come open a store here. Trader Joe's refused. They're like, no, we only open in the U.S. We're not going international. The guy in Vancouver was like, you know what? I'm going to open my own Trader Joe's in Canada. Why not? Because if they're not going to do business here, there's probably no jurisdiction issues or harm. Should be fine. So he crosses the border into Washington State, buys a ton of Trader Joe's stuff, drives it back to Vancouver, and opens up a little shop called Pirate Joe's. Starts more than Trader Joe's did because of what you're thinking. But hey, people in Vancouver were happy to get some of their favorite food items. Finally, Trader Joe's is like, hey, you can't do that. And Pirate Joe's is like, yeah, we're in Canada. Your U.S. laws don't apply here. He was right. Trader Joe's is really hard to find eating anyone legally. Eventually, they convinced the U.S. court to force a trademark on Pirate Joe's, saying the name of the store is similar to Trader Joe's. They're smugglers. What did they do? Pirate Joe's dropped the P and changed the store to Irate Joe's, and they clearly put all over their store, we are unaffiliated, unauthorized, unafraid. Trader Joe's was furious. Started banning them from coming into the store to buy. They banned the owner, who was driving twice a week to buy $5,000 worth of groceries from Trader Joe's. Then he got his coworker to go to different Trader Joe's to try to buy stuff from there. Trader Joe's started figuring out which stores in Washington were visiting, buying food and stuff, and they would block these other people from purchasing. So Irate Joe's started asking their customers to help stock the store. They're like, hey, if you're going to Washington, please pick up stuff for us at the store. And soon dozens of people were now helping stock the shelves at Irate Joe's. I'm telling you, people really love Trader Joe's stuff. And crowdsourcing the buying was working for them. Trader Joe's was putting more and more limits on how much people could buy in the store close to Vancouver. The guy who owns Irate Joe's is like, bro, I'm your biggest customer by far. I buy more than anyone else in the store. What is your deal? We're not asking for anything special. We just want to buy what you have. Trader Joe's kept giving them legal trouble. And eventually, Irate Joe's got down from expensive legal fees. And again, here's a situation where I wonder, who's the victim? Trader Joe's took on this. What do you think? You went out as a teenager, I used to buy things from the dollar store and then sell them on eBay for $5 each. If it's legal to feed a broker now as a U.S. citizen, why would it be illegal for you to buy those and you sell them for more? This is the part I don't get. It's apparently perfectly fine for a data broker to buy and sell identifying information on U.S. citizens, but it's not for you. You didn't hack into the site. You didn't steal anything. He was a paying customer of Fort Venture. That was paying them a lot of money for all the services they did. They seemed to be fine with that. Happy that he was their customer. So he had his little website set up and accepted payments from the Federal Reserve, and users could search Fort Venture database. And at first, that website was ussearching.com, and eventually like supergame.com and iget.me. Say that, I changed it to make my password to avoid like lost password. And I was selling more than a little more than 3 million US identities during that 2 years, from 2010 to 2012. Okay, let me do some math. Okay, 3 million searches, 14 cents per search, $420,000 that used to be to Fort Ventures and stuff all that. That's a lot of money Fort Ventures made off him. And that was fine with him because he made over $2.5 million in profit. Unbelievable. And during 2011, right, I brought down this I didn't study and finish the university anymore. Because I was thinking that, man, what's a lot of money? Every month, I was making up $150K a month. But then, too young, too dumb, like a lot of money. I to be stuff of ice bath, hotel, and business class. Spend a lot of money on like stupid things, and I waste a lot of money for cars and stupid stuff. What kind of car did you have? I have been like 3 different cars. One of them is BMW, the convertible one, and another one is a customized car, like full customized one. That I don't even know that what type of car is it, but I remember I used to be in a contest for the like customized car, and I won the prize as well too. But because I spent so much money on that car and customized it and fine tune that car, and the other car that I had is just a big car. That's right. Yeah. So, what did your parents think about it? Like, I was like, I was working for international bank, US, and they hired me to protect the system and also building their website, like online. And when I meet up with all the people, kind of like same age, the people that I know on the street, they ask me, why I am so rich, and I lie to them, because my family was a wealthy family, and they got everything for me. That's why. So I kind of like lying with each other with different stories, and kind of like very nice. The people that were using your site, was you know why they were searching for people, or paying for people searching? Good question. The question, like the answer for this is at that time, I didn't care much about how did they use the information. All I know, maybe they use it to impersonate somebody. They use it to bypass the credit card authentication, whatever. So like you said, this went on for years. He was able to a lot of it, but he would only do a few hours of work a week to keep it all going. Life was going great for him. Eventually, they got employed by the oh, interesting. In December 2011, Alien bought Fort Ventures. Now, it's three major credit bureaus in the U.S. They create a credit bureau for U.S. adults and rental loans, technical credit score before doing business with you. So experience love data that Fort Ventures had on people so much, they bought it outright. They couldn't find what the perfect price was for using U.S. citizens data. Imagine it was now, after experience bought Fort Ventures, the Secret Service experience and was like, you don't have to trust me. Yeah, well, we believe that they are data to someone who is illicitly selling it to criminals. And it's like, what? Fort Ventures never told them this in the trade deal. So Experian quickly shut down his account, cooperated with the Secret Service. In fact, Experian was so mad that they sued for not taking action on this earlier. The lawsuit was representing the business. And so, the Secret Service now has their eyes fixed on you. One of the court requests from the U.S. Secret Service, asking about the status of my account being fake. And eventually they shut down my account and the court went. Shut down his account entirely. But he had a backup. It did happen. He had a second account. Not one his name, when he stole the password from someone else. Their account. Look up. But he no longer had that API access, which could automate. That belongs to one of the U.S. data software as well. It's called the U.S. search for something like that. I don't remember. It's a long I got one of the account to phishing attack, and I used it to do manually searching identity for other people who took the service. Wanted to get another because we were, hey, how come you cut off my API? I need it back. Then it all Secret Service were investigating him to the them was responsible, and they were mucking up the story that they will up for the API connection somehow US identity data, identity data. I think it's good to college. It used to be true, but at that time the market. I said, okay, good. But the thing is, I feel something suspicious going on too. Something's not right. Apparently there was another guy that was doing the same thing as you, also reselling data broker data. But the Secret Service caught that guy who was in the UK, and that guy was assisting the Secret Service to catch other people doing it. So that's what felt off to you. When talking to both the Secret Service and Matt O'Neill, who got caught reselling identity. His name is Mark. He still keeps communicating with me through email and even called me I remember through Skype back then. And they say, they want me to go to the US, they also go to Australia, or go to Hawaii. I say no, I don't want to go there. But Matt O'Neill and Mark, they collaborate together and they move it to Guam. They told him if he can meet them in Guam, they'll give him all the things he needs for the PII. Made up a story of why they need him. Like, big boss, really want They're one of our best customers. We can have time for each other, and then we can open the and we can have fun together, and we can buy customers and besides the flight. Kind of here in Southeast Asia, you the close spot and let's see. I didn't do any of it. I thought it was just like a big game. And I heard that some of the people they living over there as well too. Maybe it's fine, if any problem I will, go to my people. I think go ahead. And then I bought a ticket and then I went to Guam with my sister. Because back then, my English is not very well. And I went there with her together. And the moment I landed at the international airport, they escorted me to U.S. Customs office. In that moment, that right moment, I feel like something going on, something fishy. Yeah. And then they told me sit down, we want to talk to you a little bit. And I was told no, kind of like I was trembling, like that, and I was practicing. I said, man, something not right. He put a stack of the paper like I remember like maybe like 10 inches thick, very thick document. And they told me, we know about you. We know everything about you. Maybe more than your family knows about you. And that moment I said, no, and that's it. I feel like I was on top of the world, and right now I kind of like I was living in hell, and that's it. They sent me to the jail in Guam after that, and they sent my sister back to Vietnam. I told with the prosecutor and the U.S. Secret Service agent, saying my sister had nothing to do with it. It's all about. So they released my sister, and I was staying in jail in Guam for like a little more, and then they send me back to the U.S. marriage to many different jails. They send me to Hawaii, to Los Angeles, Nevada, they send me to Oklahoma, New Jersey, and then New York, and then New Hampshire. New Hampshire is where his case was going to start, so that was part of it. He was stuck in prison for the entire legal battle. Apparently, the U.S. prosecutor who first investigated him was in New Hampshire, so that's why his trial was there. Reflecting back on how he got caught, he has a few theories. First, people in Frankfurt, a cybersecurity journalist who did an article that said how criminals can look up people on the dark web, and his website is listed there, so he can catch them. He probably first learned about the website. And on his website, he made a few mistakes. The first week of having it, he used a hosting provider but registered it under his real name. Then he changed registration to an anonymous name. Those passwords were visible. Second, he used to have a personal email address on the website for contact details. The slip up would have easily traced someone's computer. And I also believe that the Secret Service probably used his site, did some searches on people, and then tried to correlate that with the logs that were censored to pinpoint exactly which user Q was using for the site. But the company wasn't sure exactly why he was threatened. He was paying for these searches in full. Where's the fraud here? Where's the crime? But it wasn't until after his arrest that he learned what people were using his site for. The federal court, they told me, the information that I stole and also like sell that to other people. They using that for tax return. That's something new to me. I never know that, tax return. And then I figured out what tax return. And then it's better did it. What people were doing was going to Q's site, looking someone up, getting all their details, and then try to file the taxes for that person. Here in the U.S., we pay taxes to the government all year, and typically people overpay on the taxes, so they get a big return from the tax season. So a lot of Americans get a check from $2,000 every year from the government because they've overpaid on the taxes. Well, criminals know that, so they file tax returns on other people, and they put on there that they get a $2,000 refund. And the IRS processes the tax filing, they look at it, and looks at it, and sends this person a $2,000 check. And when the real person goes to file their taxes, the IRS is like, oh, no, you've already filled it out. We've already sent you a tax. So now suddenly there's a bunch of Americans saying, oh, no, I didn't. Give me my money. And there's a big problem. So the Secret Service was investigating it because huge people search engine was complicit in helping defraud a lot of citizens. And apparently there were a lot of people in New Hampshire that someone told their tax return. And I got so much information, and they done kind of like thousands and thousands of different units. Okay, there's the B word, victim. We found a victim. The people of New Hampshire who didn't get their tax return. Okay, sure, they're victims of identity theft. I'll give them that. But typically, the IRS will understand and pay them anyway, essentially giving a full refund check. So this makes the IRS the victim. But then you could say, no, it's the U.S. taxpayer that's the real victim because this is money that's just lost. And it drives me nuts how much money the IRS loses on this every year. Like every single year, the IRS will give out billions of dollars to criminals submitting tax refund scams. And I just have to ask, IRS, when do you take this problem seriously? You're really fast at collecting our money, but terrible at distributing it to the right people. The tax dollars are lost every year because a criminal asks you for money. How is this acceptable?
So what were your charges? Because I have no idea what you're actually guilty of still.
Yes. Certainly you can read that on the U.S. court record. Okay, fine. I will. All right. It's charged with 3 items here. All 3 are violations of the CFAA. Figures, right? The first specifically says to use the data broker in a way that they didn't authorize them to use. It's against their terms of service to sell the data that they didn't access to or to impersonate someone to get an account there. And he did that. He absolutely violated their terms of use. And that is what the Secret Service is saying saying he's going to prison for unauthorized access, which we can guess means that he impersonated an authorized user, which is against the terms of use. You know how many of us violate the terms of use on websites? We all do, all the time. Like if you ever let someone use your or Netflix login, that's the same violation, unauthorized access. He's being charged with that. Second item. Specifically, it says he personally gained money from violating his access, and the third item is that it was in excess of $5,000. So all three of these are CFAA violations, and it drives me nuts that if you violate a website's terms of service, it's a federal crime. I don't know why it's not just a civil issue, a problem between you and the website. Why is it a federal crime? I think the site has grounds to terminate you, ban you, and probably even sue you for violating the terms of service. But prison time? I think that's just going far. But that's how it is. It's a federal offense to violate a website's terms of use. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Aaron Schwartz here. Aaron was an MIT student, and because he was a student, he had access to academic research papers through a place called State. Well, he thought this information was valuable to the world, and he was downloading it and publishing it for free. The world should have this academic research, not keep it exclusive only for university students. So was pissed. They called the feds on Aaron for violating their terms of service. The DOJ charged him with 13 felony counts, and he was facing 35 years in prison. He told them, look, take a plea deal. They'll probably only do 6 months in prison. He absolutely did not want felony on his record. A felony for violating the terms of service. Pressure was too much for him. And he killed himself. So after that, politicians were like, whoa, why does the CFAA have it written in there that unauthorized access to a website is a federal crime? People are dying over this. Just because you violated a website's terms of use should not be a federal crime. And so Aaron's law got proposed, which asked to change the CFAA to stop saying that a terms of use violation is a federal crime. Sadly, the law didn't do that. You tell I hate the CFAA.
You know, I'm upset about this because, first of all, these data brokers are collecting data on us without our permission. And so there should be, they should be the ones that are doing illegal things. Second of all, they're selling this data for 14 cents per lookup. You're selling it for $1 per lookup. Yeah? So the only real thing here is that you're saying, hey, I'm doing an upcharge for this. I'm giving access to people. It's not really stolen data. It's actually paying for the data as you're using it. Right. You're right. The unauthorized access is a CFAA violation, and I can see them saying that. But I'm just so frustrated about this because you didn't do any money laundering in the U.S. If I don't say you did money laundering, that's not true. That's in right now. Vietnam.
Right.
So I'm just frustrated on your behalf.
I know, but the thing is what is it though? That's how it works. And also the damage amount that they put in my case is very huge, like over 15 million USD.
Prosecutors were saying he caused $62 million in damage, and of course they didn't explain how they came to that number. It's kind of impossible to list 3 million lookups on a news site and then connect that to what identity theft crimes happened to those people, and then add up how much money was earned from that. And anyway, all that was secondhand. None of the stolen money was done by people. They likely just made up the number, but he's not the one who did the identity theft. He's not the one who did tax fraud scams. It's maddening that they're saying he's the one who's responsible for all that damage. Like, he is a criminal. He is the bad guy here. Okay? I'm not trying to say he should have gotten off. He absolutely did break the law. What I'm saying is that this is the wrong law to be charging him with. Because I hate when the CFAA is used like that. He tried to say he was also in trouble for money laundering, but he didn't do any of the money laundering in the U.S. I'm not sure if that one even applies. None of the charges were for any of the credit cards, trains, all the things that he did back then. There's nothing about all the concert tickets that he bought and then essentially scammed all those people.
data brokers do already, right? They work every day to grab as many identities as they can without anybody's permission and then sell them. And not only that, they didn't steal the identity, they paid for them. So the theft part was being questioned too. I think the proper crime here, we probably should have charged him with that he was knowingly helping criminals conduct crime, right? Like aiding and abetting and conspiracy, that sort of thing. You knew his site was used by criminals, and they were his favorite customers because they received tons of searches. So he was catering to them, making it easier and better for them to use his site. And while he didn't do any of the tax fraud himself, he did help a lot of people do it. But he wasn't being charged with aiding and abetting. He was being charged with violating the terms of service of a data broker, where he was interested in someone else to get an account there. He instead would have a much harder time proving his site was intended for criminal use compared to simply giving him a CFAA violation, which is easy to convict someone of. Like I said, we all violate the CFAA all day, every day. So in my opinion, the Fed charged him with the wrong crime because it's almost guaranteed win for them, as opposed to charging him with the right crime and then struggling to find evidence to prove that he did that. And by the way, the Fed said that he caused $50 million of damage. Nobody was asking for restitution there. None of the data brokers were saying he caused them damage. So if he did do all that damage, find that victim and bring them into the case. Because here's the thing, I'm looking at the indictment and there's not a single company name here or victim name listed at all. Of course not, because the data brokers want to hide from you. The only thing listed there is Company A, headquartered in New Jersey. And it said he did an SQL injection on Company A. Well, by doing a little bit of research, it's kind of easy to figure out that the data broker in New Jersey that they're talking about is U.S. Info Search, which you did, in fact, steal credentials and use that site. But not much wrong. It was such a small blip in the story that it hardly was mentioned. Yet that's a company that was saying we got unauthorized access to. But here's the thing. Here's how it all connects. Port Ventures partnered with U.S. Info Search. If you were a paid Port Ventures user and you look someone up, they had a connection to U.S. Info Search. So you get results from them too. Now I'm just connecting the dots here, but that sounds like to me that Port Ventures was reselling data broker information that they got from U.S. Info Search. Like surely whatever deal they had with U.S. Info Search, they were selling that data for a higher price for their own customers, right? That's my point. This story is pretty bizarre. So you could say this company listed in the indictment, U.S. Info Search, was the back end and provided data to Port Ventures. And it's U.S. Info Search, the U.S. government is saying you got unauthorized access to and profited off that.
You say the victims were the people who got their tax fraud or whatever. But I really think the victims are the people who were stealing from Loki Plus, Michael Bill, and Corporation. I think those are the people who were prompted for attacking, and I'm surprised were they part of the case at all? Did they come and testify against you or no?
I didn't see anybody of these companies.
I can't.
If you have, I pay for the lawyers. Like I spend like more days. I think yeah, for the lawyers.
Because I would have thought to say, yeah, you're saying that he caused $50 million of damage. However, he did not actually do anything. He just gave the information to someone else, and someone else did the damage. He never did a tax fraud. So you can't say he's the one who did tax fraud. It's like if I sell you a lighter, and then you take that lighter and you burn a building down with the lighter. I'm not responsible for selling you the lighter. I burn the building down here.
That's true. But you know, back then, you know, like a lot of people told me the same thing. You know, I couldn't keep, I couldn't hire a lawyer. I just keep that on. But you know, like my family, you know, they don't worry. They can look up on the internet. You know, oh yeah, this is good lawyers, like good rating, like 5-star rating, international lawyer, whatever. In New Hampshire, you know, like professional one.
remember like every time the lawyer in his team wake me up, like every time like that, it cost me like 5 to 10,000. And an email I sent to him or the lawyer team, like it cost me like 200 or 300 USD.
Oh my God, lawyers are so big, so expensive.
I know, very expensive. But it was easy money, easy go. For real, I don't really complain about it because at the end of the day, there's the money. The thing that really bugs me is neither Micromail, Wilson Trust, or Ford Ventures ever told their victims that there was a database breach. No, they never say, even until now. I thought about them and they never mentioned anything about it. Even though it really happened. What contact? I have no sympathy for these data brokers. I absolutely hate them. They use my data without consent. I can't even opt out if I want to. They don't protect it. When it's lost in the database, they don't even have the decency to tell me that my data that they gathered on me is sunk. He was desperately trying to get his lawyer to help him. This is the thing. 99% conviction rate when the Fed's slapping with the CFAA violation. In all the cases the Fed is using someone with the CFAA violation, I've only been able to find 2 or 3 cases that the defendant actually won. The rest were people pleading guilty or found guilty in trial. From the family who getting off he tried to fight, but everything they tried was denied by the court. And after 2 years of fighting, he got tired of running on cash. My lawyer explained to me, I may lose the trial, I may get to like 45 years therapy. 45 years? And I got so scared. All the charges, like all combined together, not only of the family, right, but also of the New Jersey and I got two criminal charges for New Hampshire and New Jersey. So they all combined together, and they say, okay, what's right if I lose? So my probability in me was okay. So we play video, and yeah, I played guilty. During 2016. $60 million. When those deals that you are ordering the deal, you offer to give up your money to reduce the debt. What happened? Oh yeah, my family has felt, like they want to keep all the money. But they say no, they don't need that. Truly. They don't need money. They don't need any assets, and they don't need anything. So it was it. So, but the thing, I spent a lot of money on lawyers, on like during my incarceration, food, medication. So they didn't know. They didn't take any of money or property or cars, right? No. They didn't care. They say they don't care. They said, well, after pleading guilty, he was sentenced to 13 years in prison. 13 years for getting access to data broker data, which he wasn't authorized to access. At this point, I'm wondering, what if, instead of you accessing data broker data to sell that, what if he just made his own data broker? For anyone to access, would that be illegal? Like, if you copied all the data over all the court records, county records, straight from LinkedIn data, build complete profiles on millions of people, that's all public information, right? And it wouldn't have been that hard to do because he's a clever guy. Are there laws that he would be breaking if he sold that data? I guess what I'm wondering is, are there laws that he doesn't protect the law? Well, I have to stop and say that there are data broker laws, and often states regulate them. And the gist of the law is that data brokers
The data brokers say they take our privacy serious. Security is their top priority. Yeah, well, until it isn't. You got into 4 different data brokers, all by himself, and it didn't look like it was that hard for him to do. Not only that, there's news story after news story. Data brokers getting hacked into. The biggest one is what Equifax got to. If the data brokers are worried about their data getting into wrong hands and scammers and suckers, then don't collect it at all. Because there's one thing that learned about doing over 160 episodes on hacking, that you will fail at securing your network data at some point. There is no safe way to collect, store, my personal data, much less sell it. The regulators think forcing data brokers to prevent every user stops criminals accessing the data. But clearly, criminals are in fact accessing the data. Just like a criminal, follow regulations. So really, all the regulations are doing is stopping people, normal citizens, from being able to see what's in there. There are so few people who truly understand what is happening in the local world, and they like to operate in the dark and the shadows of the internet, and they work hard to keep everyone else in the dark. I want to believe that someday I just you just need to have cool people that know how to work hard. Because data brokers have a bad idea. Surveillance is sterile. It's cold, gray, and direct. There's nothing cool or romantic or aspirational about being trackable down to when you're eating or having sex or eating or sleeping. Yet these data brokers are feverishly trying to know all of that about you and build a complete behavior profile on you. And then they're selling that to millions of people who are on the. I hope someday online privacy doesn't make you a weirdo. 2016, which meant 2006. It was already spent 2 years ago. It was there in New Hampshire prison. We learned English, studied all kinds of police acts, objective stories with others to teach them how to and all that. We collaborated and told his story. Trying to self-readability without others. When he was in prison, he took the news. It really crushed him. That Liberty Reserve website, used by the feds, the owner was caught. I heard on the news that he got caught. He had a lot of money still in his Liberty Reserve account. When the feds seized the site, he used all that money too. How much did you lose that? I was saving up over there like at least more than 300K. Wow. You know, I was thinking, man, I will go home and they will get that money. But, you know, the moment I heard on the news during my incarceration time in 2014 or 15, and I said, man, it's over. No more money. Staying out of trouble because he had good behavior. Let him out early. After serving 7 years in prison, they let him out in 2020. There was a lot of complications getting out of prison in the middle of a pandemic, so it took him 8 months to get home after he was released. He eventually made it back. When you got home in 2020, did you have money remaining from all this? I still got a little money, 1,000 USD, and what happened? He got home. He got a job with the Vietnamese government to help with their national cybersecurity. They so-called the NCSC, the National Cybersecurity Center. And been working there for like 4 years. I just left NCSC just because like the government they restructure the agency, and that's why I left NCSC. And right now I'm trying to do mainly on cybercrime investigation. And I love hunting cyber criminals actually. And to the day I got home, I was having a lot of friends in Vietnam and other countries as well who arrest more than 100 cyber criminals. Says he also enjoys helping victims of scams and identity
helping them regain control of their life, and use the law to help them out. In fact, it sounds to me that Hugh feels pretty bad with that scam on the service.
I feel like how a lot of the people, especially the people in US, I feel like I encounter so many people like, and I feel like always feel ashamed about it.
So he wants to be clear that he is sorry for anyone whose identity got stolen and lost money from him. He truly feels bad about it and apologized publicly for his right. He wants to try to do what he can to correct the wrong he's done, help his victims out, and work with law enforcement to catch cyber criminals. Thank you so much to Hugh Mignon for telling us this incredible story. This one was wild. I had to stop it multiple times while making it. It's a story that puts me in deep thought like that, and I hope it did. I recently read a book about data brokers, which was extremely cute, and I encourage you all to read it. It's called Means of Control by Byron Cowell. Check it out. It's a total page turner. You will not see the world the same again after that. Don't forget, you can pick up some really cool shirts at our shop. I guarantee you will find a shirt you love there. Go to shop.darknetdiary.com. This episode is created by Happy Boys and Stuff. Jesse Sider. Our editor is Natasha Flashing, Tristan Ledger, mixing by Preston Sound, and our intro music by the mysterious Breakmaster Cylinder. They say if you don't pay for it, then you're the product. But what if you pay a data broker to look up your own data? What then? This is Darknet Diary.
Mhm. Okay, you will switch on the light.
Weird, so I just did a little recording that I guess was my grandmother. So anyway, it was in a Catholic temple open to this guy. So I don't know what kind of age group you guys are, but this thing was used back in the day for the little tax system, like that. Was part of the system. Yeah, so they created lots of the things were there. 2,600. With that, you see how much that job is, what they basically use and you could opening and then while the green, you can play this, I got this blue box here, you can play this 2,600 hertz song. Now, this listener here, you're learning 2,600 hertz. There was other things too, like I read about, which I've also got in the background that my app, which is what's going to be controlling bass from everybody. So it's possible you could, again, back today, you put in a mix studio or something like here that or time or and again, you can start the bass songs by playing those songs. And there's so many caveats to that. Anyway, that's how that's going to do. He was an actual poetry, and he ended up calling himself Captain French because he figured out that their whistle was actually too low of a pitch. But he figured out that if you cover up the one hole, it's 2,600 hertz. And I just got this freaking big one and kept it and it worked. But here's without covering the hole. It's 2,600. You can tell it's 26. So, proof that actually works. Anyway, that's how it was. Right? Okay. I don't know how it works. Just test it. So after the beep, waiting for
My neighbor was a bit. That is my crunch loop. I don't know. Cool. Well, I will have more. Welcome to r/Reddit Revenge. This is the story of someone getting back at someone with revenge after being wrong. And today we have 3 great stories. So subscribe, hit the like button, and let's begin. Thank you, friends, for subscribing to the channel and for so many likes. The first story. My toxic former employer aimed for glory with the best company, and we turned their hubris into their downfall, ensuring their public humiliation and triggering their ultimate plan. The second story. Cockroach woman who's in love with her boyfriend's married friend won't go away, so posters were put up in the neighborhood. The third story. Lady with the bee telling him not to use his property. Dude spends the weekend ruining her view. I get a good deal on a house. And the first story is, my former employer treated everyone like garbage, so myself and former employees caused them a prestigious award. I worked for about 5 years for a company where by the end I was mistreated. When I left, I was operating as a supervisor without the pay for a shift I wasn't even on. To give you an idea of just how awful this company was, I gained nearly a $10 an hour pay increase by leaving, and I had a fraction of the responsibility. Everything was fine until the situation had passed, and considering the industry I was now in, it was a given that I would receive a pay. The following year that transpired was the most hectic, stressful, and difficult periods of my life. To try and spare you any unnecessary details, what transpired was me having to hire one contract agency to grossly pack my resume, only for this new contract agency to end up bait and switching, promising me administrative experience, the degree I was working on at the time, only to turn me around and send me back to my former employer that I had so desperately wanted to leave in the past. Why? They had become their biggest client, because they were a respiratory medical device company and business was obviously booming. Desperate for an income, I agreed and kept sending out resumes in the meantime. I was only back for 4 weeks, but holy hell, the place was like a war zone run by the most masochistic idiots you ever met. Some of the SH the company was pulling, trying to squeeze every last ounce of productivity with the phone. They decided to try an old stick and carrot ploy whereby if you worked 20+ hours of overtime each week, between Thanksgiving and New Year's, you could get a $2,000 cash bonus. It probably goes without saying, you had people so desperate for spare cash that people were literally risking their lives to get to work. We had no less than 2 winter storms that shut down the state before we thought I was there, but the company found every loophole to exploit to keep from paying out these bonuses. They also lacked any semblance of compassion. I was on my way to work when my car punched its throwout bearing, leaving me stranded. I called both the temp agency and my employer, who immediately told me that if I didn't show, it was my job. I was 2 hours late, and they complained to my temp agency anyway, because I refused to make up the lost time by staying and assisting me overnight. I left when I finally got hired by another medical device company full time, meaning I could get the job my former employer's middle finger. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that I had made friends during my time there, much like POW administrating over trauma, and many still were working for the old company, and it was through them I, and so many more guilty comrades, learned of the contest. You see, the state is also placed in small, not the smallest, but close to it. So there's an independent business magazine for the state that holds the competition for best company to work for in the state. My former employer had actually won the award about a year before I exited stage left the first time around. It had been the requisite waiting time and said companies could now reapply to try and reclaim their glory. All the naked little emperors running this company were so high in their ivory towers, falsely believed that everything was coming up rosy. How this competition works is the company is interviewed by the magazine, and a link to an online survey is sent out to be disseminated to the respective employees. Thus, when me and so many who had a discourse at the time learned of it through something still within the employee path, they were more than willing to become a mold, and when the surveys were sent out, the former employees received one as well. It goes without saying, but we trashed this place in the survey. At the end, you could leave a comment, and so I regaled them with the abuse I faced my initial employment with the company, and how when I was forced back, I left when my former boss insulted me in an email for having the audacity to leave in the first place, all the while using my newly deceased mother to prop up her own sob story. You may think it ends there, but it doesn't. That is not where the revenge comes in. Oh no. Imagine the shock when a message comes through the Discord. Holy SH, you guys. If you open the survey in an incognito browser, you can take as many times as you want. Me and my crew had gone from slingshot to being gifted a cannon, and we were not going to waste the opportunity. We proceeded to send in negative surveys as often as we could, and our mole would forward us the HRO. And when 90% participation was reached, we halted our attack and waited. A week before the results would be announced, our mole informed us that Bubbly was stockpiled in the break room bridge. I had the forethought to monitor their LinkedIn and Facebook page. Every other post was about the BCTWF report and how excited they were to achieve it. Assured victory was in the bag. Then the announcement came, and our mole excitedly texted us that management was the silent evidence. The Bubbly magically disappeared from Twitch. Any social media post referring to the contest or magazine vanished, and no one was allowed to talk about it. They had obviously not expected such a pitiful defeat, but the results from the survey was so troubling they came back to my former employer to go over the results. The company never really recovered from that point on, but struggled to remain upright. Most recently, they had to delist from the stock exchange and go back to suckling the teeth of venture capital. The next story is, I put posters in the side chick's neighborhood with photos and emails. So to start, the backstory is this. And before anyone comes for me, the divorce process is already in motion. I'm not clinging to a man who tells me one thing but shows another. I truly believe that once he spoke negatively about me for her attention, that was irreparable damage, and I could never trust him again. If he didn't constantly lie and just was honest with me, I probably would have just been like, cool, do your thing. I'm not a jealous person when I'm not lied to. If I don't feel like some other chick is winning, I can sleep easy and not care if she's using her. No joke, I rarely hold grudges. Trust has turned this once loving and amazing loyal man who is my soulmate into someone I don't know. Someone who will do or say anything if it means he gets what he needs. We had a decade of amazing years and didn't have our first actual fight until the relapse at over 11 years. We were best of friends and everyone knew it. So coming to terms with the past 2 years has been insanely hard. No need to tell me. I know I need to be done. My husband and I separated. I moved out to better myself after a relapse. Almost a decade sober when it hit, and work on us from a distance. His friend and his friend's girlfriend would hang out with him without me, because they did certain things I was never cool with. He started sneaking around to get loaded. I met her and was lavish with her, gushing about how much she'd heard about me, how beautiful I was, etc. Then he went to jail, and I responsibly was checking voicemails responding to his customers for work, and I came across her voicemail. I tried to send it to her boyfriend, but he was under her manipulation, and basically said I made everything up and fabricated a voicemail, even when I replaced the log with her literal phone number and voice. Ignorance is bliss. I found text and email. He had hooked up. She was giving him massive amounts of money and showering him with attention. His self-esteem was terrible, so I'm sure that boosted him in the moment. She basically talked to him like he was a god. It was incredibly sad. She wouldn't go away. Not after I read her papers and set the message. Not after I proved he was using her for money. No, it made her him. And yes, I absolutely blame him. But Jesus Christ, even him telling her he was done made her desperately cling to him. And she said even if they were good friends, she couldn't lose him. Direct quotes from her long 7-page emails and text. I'm not asking for the moon and the stars. I know you'll always love her. You can't even give me more than a one-word response to all my messages. And many, many more. I don't feel for her, because she's done this to her boyfriend for years and years. She's a serial cheater. She goes for taking men too. She's admitted it. She paid to get my husband's car from his house. Over 1K after 2 months no contact. She was ready to bail him out of jail for over 10 days, but I got to her before she did. And I believe the only reason she didn't is because she didn't want to prove me right after I told her I wanted her to bail him out so he didn't make the money. One night, after I very clearly told her she better never show up at my home, and if that's the one thing I would flip on, she came to the door. She watched him pull in and didn't see me in the house. His phone was off all day and he had like $400 knocked and we realized it was her. He said, "I'm with my wife," and she took off like the road runner. I won't go into details, but it's not good. I felt better though. After I offered to meet fair, legally in a wrench, but she wouldn't do it. Fast forward, her boyfriend had stage 4 cancer last year and died about 6 months ago. She spent the last year of his life obsessing over his friends and being stuck on my ex husband. He's getting sober again and is very sick. He begged me for a chance to prove things, and I knew at that moment I would help him, but I can't see being with him anymore. So I've taken care of him for 2 more weeks. Literally like a sick infant. He's kicking back. I did it, keys by request. I get the money also. We're nowhere near a trough. Well, days ago, I woke up to him trying to get the keys, and I said no, went back to sleep. He laid in my bed next to me, and I woke up again to him messaging her on Snap. All hell broke loose. He finally admitted it and showed me, and I calmed down and told him to give me space, but I would help him through the rest of the day if he was serious about his life. So he did. But as he slept, I could eat. First, I wanted to react and do something stupid, so I went to the gym instead. I wrote. I asked the universe to let me choose right and not do anything to land me in trouble. And it hit me that I'm not a crazy psychopath. I'm the long game, petty type of stories I could one day tell my grandchildren. I made posters with her on them. Her in effective prohibited substances posters followed by "Don't let prohibited substances ruin your life." Thanks. Posters asking for someone to take his $100 red dog for a rehousing. Posters asking if anyone has seen her to please pray for her salvation. I'm not religious. If you see me, please ask if I'm okay. Please donate used clothes to the HOA under my name. Posters talking about how good her life was and how empty and sad she is. Don't do prohibited substances or you'll end up alone like me. I signed her up for the usual online stuff with a small donation. I signed her up for multiple RV sales. They're so annoying, as well as insurance. I also posted a screenshot to her Facebook showing she called my husband to leave her boyfriend back, and his family was mad at her. Boy, did she panic. She finally locked her Facebook, so you're welcome, girl. And you know what? The instant gratification of doing something dumb has never worked. But hey, those are stories that I can laugh at for years. They take creative energy and get me out of my emotions and feelings. They connect me with friends who are there to ride me. And I don't have to worry about getting in trouble. And that's my petty revenge story. The third story is, all the sitting on me, prepare to lose your view. A follow-up to our petty revenge on knocking the price down and additional $10K on our house, because they were being obnoxious. So the street behind our new house is a mobile home park. When we look at the pictures on Zillow, the area behind our house was covered in grass and a few trees. However, when we got to the site to do a house moving, it was completely cleared and flat with a mobile home sitting on wheels. It was almost a 90-degree drop, so we were slightly worried about erosion. But hey, property lines were clearly marked, and nothing had crossed it, so whatever, easy enough to deal with. Fast forward to about 4 months later, different sets of mobile homes have been stored there temporarily. I finally saw them as they were moving the home, and figured I would pop down and say hi. Great chat with the dude. He owns about 4 mobile home parks in the area, and had no idea the home was sold, or even on the market. We bonded over how much of a fee the previous owner was. To give you an example, I asked if she knew anything about the wiring they never finished doing, and her response was, electricians are paid enough to figure it out. Me, I'm the one paying. Anyway, he gave me the rundown on what happened. He lets her know in advance that he plans to put a lot behind her house that he owns. However, she starts touching him, talking about the bird. He warns her that this could be a nice neighbor situation, or an SH neighbor situation, her call. She didn't get the hint and called the city. The city calls him and says, you can't put one in while meeting easement requirements. He responds, my tape measure says otherwise. And he was right. So after this, he spends his next weekend just completely removing everything up to the property line with his ex, which is the mark of our unit, and leaves it as a flat dirt park before he starts using it as damage to the home to bring it back home. She puts the house up for sale the next week. As I said, a great guy overall, and had no problem talking about what his plans were. He even apologized for how the house was put up. He said he was going to put new siding on so everything looked nice. He also said next year they're going to replant a bunch of stuff to prevent erosion. So I got nothing to worry about there after a nice couple in their 60s moved into the lawn. I said it's all cool. I just needed to know what was going there so I could make sure my fence was nice.
It was a great success, seeing many of the former trouble students actively being engaged in the lab. And to my mind, I was told I was one of their favorite teachers since I got. After the first semester, I heavily petitioned the staff to allow me to teach more of the specialized classes across my department. Here's the deal. There was no change in the curriculum, just in how I presented it to shared class. Anyhow, the principal shot down my idea, but allowed me to continue with my own class next year. Back to present. After the end, though, I went home and talked it over with my wife. My wife understood that I was troubled with the addition of staff, basically adding an additional 15 hours of work to meet my schedule. She said, "Oh, you're fine." The next week, I scheduled a meeting with the principal. I told him I was unprepared to teach the IB course this year, but if he'd give me this year to prepare the additional materials and create a curriculum, I would be good to go for the next. I also asked if there were any other additional classes he would like for me to put together to teach next year. He said no, teach this course next year or look for another job. I asked about additional post-doc courses to share in school or local. He said they were not important. I reminded him yet again I was currently working for my PhD in history in order to teach college high school. Those students get full credit and a jump on college next year. He laughed at me and said, I quote, "None of the additional education you've taken since you started working here benefits the school at all. No one cares." This took the wind out of me. I love teaching. All the additional work, time, and effort spent away from my family, and he wanted to be a better teacher, or a better example to my students. I told him I wouldn't need to think about this, and quietly left the room. I took the next day off, spending time with my family and speaking with my therapist. I'm very lucky to have a wonderful family. I went back to work after that. There were a number of staff who spoke to me privately. They agreed what he said to shame. They shared that I was not the only teacher who was supposed to do this way. From changing family grades to passing, having teachers sponsor multiple extracurricular clubs without pay. I went to my union rep and added my statement to his ever-growing pile of staff statements about the principal. I assured him I was willing to go to the school board, etc. Yep, I decided I was done. I wrote the principal an outstanding resignation letter, full of positivity and thanking him for the wonderful opportunity to work in his school and to learn from his outstanding example of leadership. But I also mentioned I forwarded the email to the entire staff. Negatively to my resignation, and he was furious. The majority of the staff knew what was going on. Many smiled and I was told by the office staff later there were 5 other senior members making it the biggest turnover in staff in a decade. The principal found that to go to the school board next month to explain what's happening in his school. Order funding in his school. This mentioned there was never been this entire attitude must be what's best. He should have him run out of town. And our second. Aaron tries to get me fired from the job that gets us fun. I work for an events company that's contracted by a premium hotel franchise. Because I work for the hotel and my clients come there for events, don't have any regular guests. Today I spent a lot of time running around town, moving around about 2 hours trying to locate the small port where my casual staff was pretty crappy. As I was pulling one of the last items of equipment, I hear a lady scream, "Boy, you over there!" Obviously, my client, so I ignored it and kept walking. In about 5 steps over, and I hear it again. I turned to find Karen in the small lounge area, and it was going to be pretty. Oh, I was like, Karen, are you deaf? Me? No, sorry, you pushed. Can I help you with anything? Karen, I've been waiting for my room to be ready for 4 hours. When is it going to be ready? Me? Oh, sorry, I don't actually work for the hotel. I'm sure you guys in the lobby, they can put that up for you. Karen, what do you mean you don't work here? I've been watching you move hotel next to the fast house. Are you piece of crap? Me? Oh, okay. Well, I'm actually glad I can find Karen cut me off. I don't want to hear your bull crap. Now, go find out when My grandparents lived in a quiet college town in a steep old craftsman-style house just a couple blocks away from the university. It was the kind of neighborhood that changed seasons. People were live with the ups and campus life during the school year and utterly chaotic during break week. Their street was lined with ivy-covered frat houses, sorority mansions, Greek letters, trousers, slaves, and the occasional super rental bursting at the seams of many roommates. Over the years, my grandparents had music, including the occasional beer can tossed over the fence. What they never got used to was the parking situation. Their property included a long driveway, a well-maintained lawn, both of which apparently were irresistible things from students looking for a good parking solution. It was like their yard had a neon sign that said free parking. The college crowd took it seriously. Cars blocking the driveway, almost weekly. Motorcycles on the waterway, at least twice. But one Friday night during the rush season, things escalated in a new and profoundly stupid way. That afternoon, I was visiting for the weekend. Me and my two cousins thought not to date ourselves. More than familiar with how wild the weekends can get. We were sitting in the living room drinking iced tea with Grandpa when my grandmother came in furious. There's a car on the wall, she snapped. We all stood up immediately. Sure enough, right there on the main tree in front of their front door, shiny white Honda Civic. Two wheels completely on the grass, like someone had made a half-hearted attempt at off-roading, then decided it was close enough and walked off the park. Grandpa muttered grumbly. The trees were close to call the tow company. But after 5 minutes on hold, looked up for the top. They're backed up when the cars in the street, he said. Won't get here till tomorrow morning. Three of us grandpas looked at each other and without a word we walked outside. We circled the car for a minute, looked locked, but we didn't touch the inside. We had a better look. You thinking what I'm thinking? My cousin Jack grinned. Street parking's illegal after midnight, I replied. Let's help this guy out. It took all three of us, grunting and a few sliding maneuvers using old moving blankets in the garage. We managed to roll the Civic off the grass and down the driveway. The street was narrow and lined on both sides with parked cars. We wedged it easily across the street, perpendicular to traffic. We blocked both ways. We didn't say a word. Grandpa just went back inside to visit our tea and painting. About 45 minutes later, the cement pipe reflected off the signal wall. We peeked through the curtain. Two kids with police officers standing near the car, one on the radio, the other shaking his head. The crowd showed up within 15 minutes. Guess they're not too busy anymore, I said. The car was unpredicted and gone. And the street cleared, the grass unharmed. It honestly was satisfaction. It was around 2 in the morning when Doc came. Grandpa was still up, reading at the den and answered the door. Hi. Heard a vaguely familiar voice. College kid, probably no older than 21, swaying slightly up the road. That sounds weird, but you know what happened? Did they just park here? Grandpa didn't miss a beat. Across the street? Yeah, it's totally uncommon. Grandpa gave him the longest, most grandfatherly stare you've ever seen. No words, just disappointment and a silent calculation of how many brain cells died in this child's lifetime. Then he said, yes, please stop walking the streets. No, Jim looked baffled. Wait again. Almost nothing about calling his roommate. Grandpa just shut the door gently and locked it. The next morning, Grandma made waffles. We all sat out back while somewhere some Uncle Brady had tried to explain to his dad why he needed $300 to get his car out of his house. How could grandparents afford to have well their daughter? They always indicated that they appropriately parked in front of the property and usually been there for him. Hey guys, thanks a lot for watching the video. I'll see you next one.
11:57 a.m. yesterday. New Center Forward, a senior England diplomat, provides support for the planned reunification process of the Army. Assistant General Secretary Francis told the National Security Council that Gaza must remain part of the future Palestinian state. Meanwhile, Donald Trump declined to say whether he would back a full reunification. The U.S. President insisted his administration focus on getting peace and staying safe.
We are there now trying to get people fed. As you know, $60 million was taken by the United States fairly recently to supply food, and a lot of food, frankly, for the people of Gaza that are obviously not doing too well with the food.
Artificial intelligence tools are being rolled out to police forces in England and Wales after breeding Gaza. Now allow officers to analyze large amounts of data on phones. The Global Economist was warning that Trump will have to raise taxes to cut $40 billion in shortfall. The National Institute of Economic and Social Research said it's because of recent higher than expected borrowing and weaker than expected growth. Yesterday was found to be evidence of bullying or harassment against charity Centre Valley, but the investigation by the Charity Commission condemned the internal disagreement between Republicans. Another step towards reaching the Champions League group stage. This East is bringing victories in victorious Wilson on the right side of their third qualifying in time. In full of Russell Martin.
About can you think we need everyone to go to people come and talk about it. It's need construction. It's not even to people out. Like can you find not the thing we can
The Advertising Standards Authority has ruled 2 women detected in recent cases of unsocial sin. That's the latest and recent news. In CNBC Tech Check at 1:17 a.m. today. And this is your CNBC Tech Check briefing. Google's DeepMind is going on Tuesday with Mini Free Model, calling a major advance in AI research, which is interactive virtual world in real time from a tech hub. Google says it will use a delivery environment to support a few minutes of continuous interaction, up to 10 to 20 seconds with a previous GPT model. These world models are seen as key to training AI that can think, plan, and act like humans without real-world files. Quantum and rivals OpenAI are investing heavily in multimodal models with good evolved general capabilities. Meantime, OpenAI on Tuesday releasing 2 open-weight language models for the first time since it rolled out GPT-2 in 2019. The company says text-only models are designed to serve as lower-cost models for developers, researchers, and companies to globally run AI models open-weight and for elements that improve output prediction during training are made available, offering full transparency. Which is different from open source models, in which the full source code becomes available to use and modify. The rollout follows several other technologies adding open-weight models this year, including Meta, Microsoft, Mistral, and the Chinese startup Fusion. And Amazon is expanding its auto tool to include use and provide skilled people launched initially in Los Angeles. Dealers can list their inventory on Amazon, and customers can browse and shopping from everything else they buy online. The company is on sections, including a 3-day mile return policy at minimum Thursday, 1,000 miles every morning. Amazon is starting with unpaid delays under only half of existing delays to the others. That's all for today. Back to tomorrow. It's hosted by Contact Business. Networking and More than 1,400 people lost their lives during last year's protests before the United States resigned and fled to India. At least 8 people are dead and dozens more are missing after a landslide engulfed a village in the Indian state of Uttarakhand. Officials say emergency services and army teams are engaged in rescue efforts, with mudslides triggered by flash flooding. The CW News in Berlin reports CW.
Okay, Google, switch off the light. Okay, Google, turn on the kitchen.
Alright, turning on kitchen.